We do have a few weather issues at Sano, and the toss has been delayed due to rain. The covers are still on the ground. It is quite possible that it might still be drizzling over there. We will keep you updated as soon as the toss happens. We will bring those images to you as well, and we shall provide you with an update. In the meanwhile, thank you for all the viewers who are tuning in. And you're watching this official JCA channel on YouTube in most parts of the world and on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. A huge thanks for all of your patronage and active participation. Please continue to show your support to the content that JCA puts out. Please like their video, subscribe to the channel, and spread the word amongst your friends and other cricket loving people if you haven't already done so. To recap the series, Japan currently leads 3-0 after winning first 3 games so far. And while they have won the series, the team will not rest on its laurels and are likely to try out a few different combinations and tactics in the remaining 2 matches. Singapore, on the other hand, have demonstrated gradual improvement in their matches so far and managed to put up a competitive performance in the third match and came within 17 runs of a win, but Japan successfully managed to defend a total of 111. Needs to be noted that Erika Oda was not part of that playing 11 for the third game as she was taking a rest day. Otherwise, we may have seen Japan add a few more runs to their tally. Now, suffice to say that the level of competition amongst teams in the East Asia Pacific region is quite high, and the margins of victories are often very close. For those who are fans of Japan cricket, there's good news on the men's side too, with them having won every single game thus far in the East Asia Pacific Regional Qualifier B that is currently taking place in Incheon, where they have won against South Korea, Indonesia, and Philippines and are sitting at the top of the group. It is good to see the following for the team increase substantially over the past 2 years. And for those who don't know much about cricket in Japan, the domestic scene also has improved in leaps and bounds, with over 30 clubs now participating in the JCL and a few more in the Japan Cup. With cricket getting Olympic status for 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, we are also likely to see increased participation numbers amongst children, young women, young men, over the next few years. And you never know, cricket might be able to poach even a few players from the baseball crowd. A huge thanks in this development goes to Mitsui Knowledge Industries, popularly known as MKI, who are the current lead partners for the men's and women's team and who have supported JCA over a long period of time. Special thanks also goes to Mizuno, who came on board earlier this year and are now the national team's supplier and a globally renowned sporting goods manufacturer in their own right. Now, coming back to today's game, as you can see, we still have adverse weather conditions that have delayed the start of this match. Please stay tuned. We will keep you updated on further developments as soon as the toss takes place. Hello, everybody, to this live feed from Sano International Cricket Ground in Japan. As you can see on the screen, we have got ground staff working on clearing the water off the pitch and off the squares. It seems as if the rain may have stopped, and we are looking at efforts that are being currently underway to get the ground ready for the match. We've got a huge team of staff over here. Some of them would be um, employees of JCA, and some of them are probably volunteers and even team members who are working quite hard in clearing the water off the square so that the conditions are suitable for the bowlers. We might see a few practice sessions happening in due course as well. And very soon we will get an update on when the toss can happen and whether we have overs curtailed or not. I mean, admittedly, we are 15 minutes into scheduled playtime. There is usually a certain allowance before overs start getting deducted, and I wouldn't be surprised if we will see a truncated match today. As soon as we have updates from the ground, these shall be provided across the live broadcast, which most of you are watching on the JCA's official channel on YouTube, and people in the Indian subcontinent are probably watching this via fan code. Many thanks for your patronage, many thanks for logging in and for subscribing to the Japan Cricket Association's live channels. And please do take some time to check out some of the games from the Japan Cricket League, the Japan Premier League, J-Bash games, and a few other matches that have taken place in Japan where they have hosted other international countries. The cricket scene, as I have described earlier, is a burgeoning scene in Japan, and it has grown significantly in the past 3 to 4 years. As cricket fans, every bit of support that we show to the team and to the association, whether it is by sharing media feeds on social media, or by commenting, leaving posts on their YouTube channels, by liking these videos, by subscribing to the channel, by sharing them with family and friends, goes a long way in generating more interest in the domestic scene, getting more supporters involved, getting more people playing and following cricket in the country, and thus eventually attracting sponsorship down the line, which then also helps pay for professional contracts for their players and other training facilities, and helps develop the game in general. So I would request everybody to do their part. I mean, you don't have to necessarily do it for a particular team. Do it for any team. Do it for your local team. Do it for your national team. Do it for any team that you like. But please do support any form of cricket. If you're a big fan of cricket, please do support any form and help the game grow globally. Having checked in with the um, official team at the ground, I have been informed that the latest start time for a 5 over match today is 10 past 4 Japan time. So it looks like we might have a long wait until then before we see any action on the field today. It would be a bit of a shame if we just get a 5 over game. I think, given the context of the series and the fact that players would want to get as much cricket under their belt as possible, they will be hoping for a slightly longer innings rather than just a 5 over shootout. But this is sport, and sometimes cricket does rely heavily on weather and ground conditions, and it looks like today is one of those days where the weather and ground conditions do have an upper hand in the say of the proceedings. We do hope that the ground staff can get the pitch ready for play. It is quite possible that we might see the game today, um, even on the artificial turf pitch if need be. Chances are quite slim on that because based on earlier imagery, it looks like the ground was covered very well by the covers, and it was not just the pitch, but it was the entire square that was covered. So it is quite possible that we may have a dry pitch, and we just need to make sure that the square doesn't have any standing water. And sometimes it can take a little while for that water to clear up. But nonetheless, we see the ground staff hard at work, and hopefully we shall get some play today, assuming it doesn't rain any further. Please stay tuned. We will keep you updated, and if you are unable to catch the live commentary to get your updates, I will post on the comment section as well. So all you need to do is just scroll through the comment section, and you shall have updates on the start times, the outcome of the toss, and basically how many overs aside we are likely to get. Until then, please enjoy your morning, evening, nighttime, wherever you may be, and we'll join you shortly. Hello again. This is Sagir Parker, your commentator for the day, bringing you updates from the ground as we get updates from the staff over there. So, the news is that the toss has taken place. We are looking at a 10:40 a.m. start. That's Japan time, 10:40 a.m. Singapore has won the toss and chose to bowl. We will bring you news of team selections quite briefly, and we'll check out who's been, or what changes we are looking at. Please stay tuned. And there you have it. Singapore, that's the official confirmation. Singapore have won the toss and elected to field or bowl, depending on which one people are inclined to follow. Most people just go bat and bowl, or some people call it bat and field. But nonetheless, so Singapore have won the toss and elected to bowl first. It looks like they're probably banking on utilizing the conditions at the moment and seeing if they can restrict the Japan run scoring, especially at the top end of the order, and perhaps taking advantage of some helpful bowling condition in getting a few wickets. And here we have confirmation of the squads, which will be briefly displayed on screen once again. Singapore have made one change. Ella Ungerman is back at the expense of Smriti Anand, and Japan have brought back Haruna Iwasaki, and Erika Oda is back at the top of the order as well. And we also have Shronali Iranade, which whom we'll see for the first time in this series, and she is taking the place of Meg Ogawa, and Kurumi Ota has been rested for this game as well. So the players squad, the playing 11 that we have, so the Japan team consists of Akari Nishimura, Erika Oda, Mai Yanagida, Haruna Iwasaki, Shimako Kato, Seika Sumi, Rino Morita, Hinase Goto, Elina Kusuda Nen, Shronali Ranade, Nonoha Yasumoto. And for Singapore, we have Divya GK, Roshni Ramesh, Vinu Kumar, Devika Galia, Shafina Mahesh, Johanna Purankaran, Ishita Shukla, Charlotte Boyle, Lasya Bomma Reddy, Louis Newbronner, and Smriti Anand. That seems to be a little bit different to what I have. Yeah, so Smriti Anand, Louis Newbronner, that these are their reserve players. They are not part of the playing 11, just to confirm that. For our viewers who have joined us recently, just to reiterate that the toss had been delayed this morning due to rain at the Sano International Cricket Ground in Japan. We can confirm now that the toss has been conducted, and Singapore have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. One change that they have made to their playing 11, whereas Japan has made three changes, bringing back Haruna Iwasaki, Erika Oda, and getting in Shunali Ranade for this particular match. They have rested Meg Ogawa and Kurumi Ota at the moment. We are hoping to get the game undergoing in about 2 minutes' time. As you can see, the batters are out on the square, the umpires are out on the square, and we are just waiting for the Singaporean side to join them. They seem to be in a team huddle at the moment, obviously discussing last minute strategies, change in plans, probably just encouraging and cheering each other on for a continuation and an improvement in their performance that we have seen as this series has progressed. We now see the fielders making their way towards the square. It'll probably take us another couple of minutes until all of them are in position, and we have play going on. So, just to reiterate, this is the fourth game in this five-match T20 international series between Japan and Singapore. Japan currently lead the series 3-0. There we go, the batters taking guard. And this is the first ball of the innings. Yet to come, the umpire was in the process of signaling as the bowler started to bowl, and that has been called a dead ball. So this is the signal for the start of the first power play. Batters in position. It'll be Erika Oda, and this is Singapore bowler. That's the first ball, and that has been tapped back. The bowler is Johanna Purankaran, and partnering Erika is Akari Nishimura at the non-strikers end. Ooh, that's ball, but down the leg side it has been called wide. And that opens up Japan's run account over there. First runs via extras rather than off the bat. But as anyone who has played cricket will tell you, they will take every run as they can, especially free ones. That has been slapped, but straight to the fielder, no run in the process. The umpires for today are Vipin Sukhwal and Rob Newman. That has been slog swept, especially going right square, hit with power. That's making its way to the boundary, but just stopped short. Courtesy of a sluggish outfield, no doubt, given the wet weather that we have seen. That was a really good shot there by Nishimura. And that's first runs off the bat. A very well run two. Good shot to get off the mark. It was low full toss, and that was swept absolutely square on the leg side. In comes Johanna for another delivery. This time it has been an attempted cut shot, which the batter does not make contact with and has been called a wide. Another extra run, another extra delivery that will go towards the Japanese innings. In comes Johanna again, and this one has been swept again to the leg side, hit into the gap, and this is being chased down by the fielder at the deep square leg, who picks it up, collects it, and throws it at the bowler's end while the batters complete another two runs. Japan absolutely wasting no time over here. I think with the weather conditions being what they are and the likelihood of Duckworth, Lewis, and Stern getting into the mix of things later on in the innings, it's absolutely important that you maximize the run scoring chances in your power play overs. And this is exactly what the Japanese batters are doing. That one's a little bit of a flighted delivery. Nothing much happening over there. Nishimura just pats it back onto the ground, which is then collected by the bowler. No run on that delivery. We've got one more ball left in this over. Japan already at 6 runs for no loss. This one has been hit through the covers, and this one goes through the gap, and it's heading towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope. First boundary of the innings. A very well played cover drive by Nishimura. Absolutely beautiful shot. It was in perfect position. Good flourish of the bat and follow through as well. This brings Japan's tally to 10 runs of the first over. And you can see that Johanna has played a very harsh price for those extras that she bowled earlier in, because those extra deliveries have gone for quite a fair bit of runs. The change of the over brings Erika Oda on strike now. She is a renowned batter in her own right and is currently leading the official cricket for batting statistics for Japanese women in T20 internationals. And I think this is just taking into account the official T20 internationals rather than all T20 internationals that Japan has played. We're just waiting on confirmation for the name of the bowler, and that's Divya GK, who has started her over from the grandstand end. The first ball has been a dot. That was just gently played into the offside by Erika, not taking a risk against a straighter delivery. This time it is just dabbed behind square on the leg side, and the fielder is chasing after that. It is quite possible that Japan might snake in 2 runs, and yes, that is a very well run brace. Both these batters quite quick over there. And I think the experience of Erika Oda shows in knowing exactly where to place that ball and how many runs she can sort of score off that. That's well played on the offside. That's gone into the gap as well. Nonetheless, brings a single to the Japanese innings. You can see how the outfield is a little bit sluggish and the ball is not speeding off the turf today as it was doing for the first 3 games. This is going to make scoring a little bit more interesting. So if you're the sort of player who relies mostly on placing the ball into gaps, you might want to use your placements quite wisely over here. There'll be a lot of running between the wickets because boundaries might be hard to come by, as we saw earlier today. A better ball by Divya this time, just kept it tight, held its line. There was a little bit of an awkward height as well for the batter to sort of pull. And she comes again, ball slightly wider outside off stump. This time the batter tries to cut it past point, but a little bit unsuccessful in making any contact. A much tidier, sort of tighter over for Singapore. This one, so far only 3 runs off 5 deliveries, no extras. And this one has been played very well into the gap, but straight to the fielder at deep point. They complete 1 run. And that helps Nishimura retain strike for the next over. It's a beautiful ground, Sano International Cricket Ground, nestled in this valley of Sano, surrounded by mountains on most sides in the lovely prefecture of Tochigi, just north of Tokyo. In comes Johanna again for the 3rd over. We can see a little bit of drizzle on our screens. Not sure if the rain's been steady or it has got heavier since play started. But it'll be interesting to see how things develop further and whether we have additional interruptions. That's a good ball, very well played by Nishimura. Just patted it back on the offside, didn't go much further beyond the square. Quickly picked up by a set of converging fielders and returned back. The batters don't appear to be in any significant risk-taking mode over here. In comes Johanna again, and this one is slapped, absolutely hammered on the pull shot. And again, you can see that the outfield is very slow. The batters complete 2 runs in the process. It was a shortish delivery, and Nishimura went quickly on the back foot and slapped it past mid-wicket. This one's shortish on the offside. Bit of a misfield on the circle over there that allows the batters to go through for 1 run, and they complete that run quite comfortably. Both these Japanese batters over here wanting to maximize run scoring opportunities in these first 6 overs, and they are doing so without taking any unnecessary or undue risks. This one's helped on the leg side by Erika Oda, who's quite deft with her placements. Eludes the fielder again, and they complete 2 more runs while the fielder from mid-wicket comes round to deep square leg. and picks up and returns that throw. It does appear as if we're not going to see a lot of boundaries today unless the placement and the power is absolutely spot on, along with the timing of the shot, of course. The ground's definitely not going to assist any balls traveling along the ground and help it on its way. Oh, a belayed late appeal for LBW. Right here, Johanna actually bowling a very tight line this time, beats the inside edge of the batter as it hits the back pad. Not sure if there was a little bit of an inside edge involved over there. The umpire clearly not interested, and that was Vipin Sukhwal who was the umpire at that end. Now that brings us to the end of the third over. Japan scoring at almost 6.3 runs, the total at 19, but importantly, no wickets lost at this stage. Divya GK is likely to continue at her end for this fourth over of the innings. In she comes. Oh, and that is gone. That is Japan's first wicket. Nishimura going on the attack over there was got into a position early for a slog sleep on the leg side, completely missed the ball over there, and that ball has clattered into her stumps. Japan lose their first wicket. Divya GK strikes with the first delivery of her second over. Very muted celebrations by the Singapore team, but I guess they don't realize the importance of this wicket. While Erika Oda is still at the crease, Nishimura can also contribute handily with the bat right at the top of the order. Good ball, that one. Um, kept it straight, kept it tidy, as she had been in the first over as well. This time, Nishimura had to take the risk by the looks of it. She wanted to score freely. Unfortunately, didn't get the shot lined up right, and that has cost her her wicket. The loss of that wicket is likely to have brought Mai Yanagida to the strike. She is the current Japan skipper and also Japan's most capped player across both the men's and women's T20 matches. And it looks like it is indeed Mai Yanagida at that end. Taking strike, tries to hit one through the point gully region of a ball that was delivered outside of off. Doesn't get hold of it, and it goes harmlessly through the keeper. That one was a repeat of the previous delivery. Similar type of delivery, similar type of shot, and similar outcome. Divya GK definitely bowling well over here, doing Singapore a huge favor by keeping things tight. It's not easy for a spinner usually to bowl this economically in a power play over. You have to be very, very accurate. And that is exactly what is done. And oh my God, is that a second wicket? Yes, by the looks of it, Divya GK has bowled Mai Yanagida over there with a delivery that seemed to hold its line, beat Mai's off outside edge, and just took the bails. Oh, let's watch this replay again. There we go. She was beaten on the outside edge, and that has just struck the top of off stump. What a blow for Japan. What a blow. Mai Yanagida and Erika Oda would have definitely steadied that innings over there given the circumstances. Um, well, I won't say Japan's any huge trouble at this stage, but 19 for 2 within the fourth over, will sort of lead to a change in approach by the batters who are yet to come. That is a big blow for Japan, and a really good delivery by Divya. That was a terrific ball. This should bring Haruna Iwasaki to the crease unless there is a change in batting order. Divya is ready to the top of a mark, and yes, it is indeed Haruna Iwasaki. That's a good shot. Aerial hit lands safely outside the 30-yard circle. Just a single taken over there. Japan will probably still remain optimistic as long as Erika is at the crease and she is given able support by the players around her. That's very well played. Gets onto the front foot, meets the ball with a full face of the bat, pats it back down on the ground. End of the over. This is end of the fourth over. Japan are 20 for 2. Erika Oda currently batting at 5 of 6 deliveries, and Harune Iwasaki 1 of her first ball. I think it should be worthwhile noting that Ahilya Chandel is also being rested today, and in her absence, the other Japanese bowlers will need to step up, especially if Japan end up with a score that they might consider a little bit below par on these conditions. Okay, Joanna to continue. That's a dot ball. Bit of an inside edge that goes towards the leg side. No run over there. There were two fielders in close proximity. Quite sensibly, no run attempted by the batters over there. Just don't want to take that sort of risk in these conditions, especially with 2 wickets down. That's a well-played delivery, hit into the gap through extra cover, and that races to the boundary. And when I say races, that actually did race across that slow outfield. That's a beautiful shot by Haruna Iwasaki. It wasn't a bad delivery at all. Perhaps just slightly overpitched, but Iwasaki went to the pitch of the ball beautifully, timed it right, and placed it perfectly in between cover and extra cover. A wonderful boundary and a much needed boundary. And as I had mentioned in an earlier game, I think that Haruna Iwasaki is one of the more, attractive players in this Japanese side, especially on the offside. That one's just nudged, but the ball isn't gone anywhere. We're getting images of this beautiful surroundings of the Sano cricket ground. I mean, the trees are still lush green. Even though we are in the beginning of October, one can only imagine the shades of yellow, orange, and red as autumn sets in. Now, that one has been swatted across the line, and Iwasaki takes a single. There's a few gaps on the leg side which he took advantage of on that occasion. The ball was full outside off, but she sort of used her wrists and placed it wide of a short mid-on over there. This one's patted back onto the offside. No run. That is the end of the over. Japan are 25 for 2 after 5. I do not want to jinx this, but Haruna looks very well set and comfortable, even though she is the latest arrival at the crease. Erika Oda, the senior batting partner over there, will eventually take control and charge of this innings. She's doing her part over there, playing her part very nicely, guiding the young player as well in the process, and ensuring that there is no rush of blood this early in the innings. We see Vinu Kumar into the attack now. She has begun the sixth over of this innings. First ball has been a dot ball. In she comes again as the batter is ready to face her. That's hit into the air by Haruna, and that has gone to the fielder at mid wicket. Easy single completed in the process. And we see Vinu take a towel and dry the ball. So it would be a fair statement to say that there's still a lot of moisture on the grass, and the players are trying their best to keep the ball as dry as they can because they don't want to lose their grip as they bowl. Particularly important for spinners as well because they always like a good grip on the ball so that they can impart the revs. With a wet ball that is slippery, it's very difficult to get a tight grip and therefore impart the revolutions, which then does assist with drift. And likewise for a seam bowler as well. This one's bowled a little bit downside and given a wide ball by umpire Newman, who also checks with his colleague that there are 3 deliveries remaining in this over after that extra. Ooh, a little bit of a misfield over there at short cover. That brings a single to the team of Erika's bat. The score trickling along nicely. Japan now 28 for 2. And we have already seen signs of an improved Singaporean bowling performance in this match and yesterday's game compared to the first 2 internationals. Ooh, that ball just swung just that slightly in. Not much pace on that delivery. Dead batted by Haruna-san over there. And it just goes to show that with regular games and regular exposure, teams do improve over a period of time. That's fired down the leg side, fullish length. Haruna tried to sweep it, couldn't make any contact, but as the ball was well outside of leg stump, it has been rightly called a wide delivery. Loopy full toss over there. Oh, almost had a chance of a run out if the fielder had been able to pick it up and throw it in one quick motion, but just that slight delay enabled Haruna to scamper and complete that single. A slightly better fielding effort would have resulted in a run out most likely. And I think this is one area of the game where Singapore probably need to lift their game a little bit. The Japanese fielders so far in this series have been head and shoulders above the Singaporean team. They had 3 runouts in the first game, one in the second, and another 3 runouts in the third match yesterday. In the associate world, it's also important to remember that they don't often get to play together as a team unless they have international commitments, which are also few and far between. And therefore, the opportunity to practice as a team, practice drills together, and have that understanding and faith in each other is not as well as everybody else. We now have a new bowler in the mix. It looks like it's Ella Ungerman, and this has been dispatched with disdain over long off for a boundary. Harune Iwasaki taking full toll of that over pitch delivery. There was a full toss at the end of it, and that bounced just inside the rope. A few extra centimeters and could have gone for a six as well. Another boundary to the Japanese total. Oh, and I stand corrected. It is not Ella Ungerman. We have Charlotte Boyle who is bowling this. In comes Charlotte again. A much better delivery. Oh my God. Has that has clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end. No damage done there, because for a while it did look as if Charlotte may have gotten a few fingertips on that ball, and I did wonder whether that got Erica short of a crease, but it looks like umpire Newman was in good position. Is it umpire Newman? Yeah, so the umpire was in a good position over there to adjudicate that, and Erica was safe. But that could have gone, ended up really badly over there if that was a potential run out. I mean, it was probably the last thing Japan would have wanted. In comes Charlotte again. Another aerial lofted drive. Does that carry to the fielder? No. One bounce in front of the fielder who parries it to the other fielder over there at extra cover, and that has been returned. Batters complete 2 runs in the process. A very eventful over. This one started with a beautifully lofted drive for four, followed by a dot ball, followed by what could have been almost a run out, and then another brace of runs. 6 runs of this over so far. This time it's glanced down the leg side. The keeper chasing it. Batters complete 1 run already before the throw is returned. Leg by signaled by the umpire over there. Ooh, beautiful delivery there. And just as Erica tried to check her shot, it lobbed off the top half of the bat. Thankfully, it didn't carry to the fielder, falling quite a long way short of that fielder. Yeah, but it's a little bit scary for a batter when the ball just lobs off your bat, because it just shows that there's a little bit more of a spongy bounce in the pitch, or you have misjudged your length, or the ball has bounced a little bit unexpectedly. That's the change of the over. We are now 7 overs down, 37 for 2. Now, worth reminding everybody that there was a delayed start in this game due to wet weather conditions. Thankfully, we have not lost any overs yet. But if there are further delays or interruptions in the match, we may begin to lose overs. Vinukumar back into the attack, starts with a dot ball of her second over. Another dot ball, this time no contact between bat and ball as Haruna tried to slap that on the offside. Oh, that ball stayed low, very, very low. I mean, Haruna was on the back foot trying to play a drive, but then realized last moment that this ball wasn't up to her expectations in terms of bounce. Jagged her bat back down, but unfortunately for her, wasn't in the nick of time, and that ball hit her back pad, catching her absolutely plumb in front of middle stump. Umpire Rob Newman had no doubts about that one at all, and his finger went up very, very quickly. That's probably as plumb as you can get. Japan now 37 for 3, and Harune Iwasaki has returned back to the hutch. Erika Oda still there at the crease, and with her rest a lot of Japanese hopes. Shimako Kato might likely be the new batter to the crease, who's playing at number 5 today. This will be a long rebuilding process over the next few overs. Japan have to make certain that they don't lose any extra wickets, at least until the 10th, 11th over, and that should give these two enough time to stitch a partnership, even if they manage to get about 15, 20 runs in 5 overs. That should be a good consolidation over here, and then after that they can try and maximize their gains. In comes Vinukumar. This one's floated outside of off. Shimako unable to make contact with that ball as she tries to cut it past point. The fielder unable to collect it properly as well. Wow, this one just jagged back in after pitching. A loopy, flighted delivery pitched, cut back into the batter, beat the batter on the, I'd say like a square drive sort of stroke. This one's down the leg side, definitely going to be called a wide. This is probably one area of the game where the Singapore team also needs to improve in addition to some of their ground fielding. They have bowled a few good deliveries, but in between that there have been a fair number of extras bowled as well, mostly in the form of wide balls. Shimako wanted a run over there, but wisely sent back by Erika. Mature head on her shoulders. That's the end of the over. Japan 38 for 3 after 8 overs, going at about 4.7 runs an over. So the run rate definitely has slided downhill from its earlier highs of 6.3. In came Charlotte Boyle. Lovely drive by Erica on the front foot. Hit nicely into the gap. And they have completed 2 runs by the looks of it. No, just 1 run. Wonderful use of the feet over there by Shimako. Shimmies down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball. Absolutely perfect timing. Good follow through of the bat. Keeps the ball along the ground, hits it towards long off, and completes a single. Really lovely use of the feet over there to get to that pitch of that delivery. Beautiful to see batters around the world doing this. Sometimes it does feel as if we don't see as many players use their feet to get to the pitch of the ball, and a lot of them prefer to, slog it from where they stand. That was good use of the feet over there. This one left alone by Erica outside off stump, probably hoping that it might be called a wide. Not to happen though. This one's played much better. There's a bit of a bad bounce for the fielder in the point region. Players complete a single over there. And unfortunately, the fielder had no clue where the ball went after it had that awkward bounce. And probably hit her on the shoulder, ricocheted off the shoulder, and then landed elsewhere. A rather bemused look from her and her teammates. No harm done, though. There was no extra runs given away because of that misfield. And beautifully bowled. Yorker and delivery slips under the bat of Shimako Kato and uproots the off stump from the ground. Absolutely uproots this stump. Lovely bowling over there by Charlotte Boyle. Japan have now lost 4 wickets for 41 runs. And I think Singapore's decision to bowl first in these conditions appears to be justified and vindicated. Erika will be joined by Seika Sumi, who comes into bat at number 6 in this innings. She remained unbeaten in the previous game. And while I was earlier hoping for a little bit of a rear guard action and no further loss of wickets for the next 5 overs, Charlotte produces an absolute beauty of a Yorker to get that one. In she comes again, bowls just outside off stump, which has been driven nicely on the offside by Seika to get off the mark of her first delivery that she's faced. Going back to Charlotte's delivery, while it was a beautiful ball and had a little bit of a pace in it, let's not forget that Charlotte's only 16 years old, and if she continues to practice well and keep bowling like this, she will have a good future as part of the Singapore team. Now that brings us to the end of the over. Charlotte's gone for 1 for 10 of her 2 overs. Erika Oda is batting at 8 of 13. Japan's 42 for 4 of 9 overs. Despite the delayed start, we have not had any reduction in overs, which is good, which means that we are likely to get a complete full game so far, which is what most players and viewers would want. I'm seeing just a bit of a hold up. Looks like Divya is back into the attack. It's a very tight delivery. Seika just pats it back down, very solid in defense on that ball. Divya has so far been the pick of the bowlers for Singapore in this innings. Another good delivery and well played on the offside by Seika. Hits it into the gap, completes a single. This now brings Erika back on strike. It will be interesting to see how she proceeds from here, whether she can marshal the rest of the batting lineup to play with her so that Japan can last the full 20 overs in this innings. It would be an absolute shame for the team. I mean, given their heroics and their performance in the first two matches, where they lost only one wicket in their respective run chases, for them to be all out in this particular game. In the most recent match, in the third match, we saw that Japan had lost 6 wickets in scoring 111 of their allocated 20 overs. I think it would be safe to say that they're probably not likely to go past 100 or 110 in this innings, barring an absolutely brilliant batting display. That's a lovely bit of fielding over there in the slips. Um, deft late cut by Erika, bounces off the ground and goes to the hands of the slip fielder. Brilliant piece of fielding. Yeah, so going back to where we were about Japan's possible tactics, so I'd be keen to sort of guess as to how they might want to proceed. Obviously, you want to bat out the full 20 overs and not lose all of your wickets so you can maximize as many runs as you can. And there's one more added to the total of that shot on the leg side that comes off Erika's bat. Now she has this dual responsibility of not only scoring a bulk of the runs from here onwards, but also ensuring that she doesn't lose her wicket. Someone squirted a little bit. It's got a bit of an outside edge. Two running for the two and makes a dive. Oh, brilliant, brilliant running by Seika Sumi. Beautiful diving at the end of it to make her ground. Could have been a very close call if the keeper had been able to gather that ball cleanly. That's the end of the 10th over. We're likely to get a drinks break over here. Umpire Newman's saying something to the batters over there, probably asking them to dive outside the center part of the pitch rather than in the playing area. I mean, of course, with the wet weather this morning, we don't want any additional damage occurring on the pitch through diving or fielding or any other means. So, and I think he's just reminding the batters over there to stay off the main playing area of the pitch and to stick to the edges in case there are any further diving attempts. Good piece of umpiring over there. Drinks being brought to the ground. We can see, is that Vinay Iyer I see with the batters? It's probably giving them a little bit of advice. Based on his hand gestures, we can make out that he's sort of demonstrating a spinner type of a flight at delivery. So, just to recap, these live images are being brought to you by the Japan Cricket Association. These are broadcast in most parts of the world via YouTube, and our viewers in the subcontinent can catch the action via fan code. Latest developments in Japan cricket are courtesy to the hard work of the cricket board, the administrative team, the players, the coaches, and everybody else involved with cricket. And this has been possible by the team partnerships and sponsorships that I've had with Mitsui Knowledge Industries, also known as MKI, and Mizuno, who have gotten on board this year and are the national team's kit supplier, as well as a prominent sporting goods manufacturer with global renown. Cricket's a relatively new sport to Japan, and obviously it's got a long way to go before it can get the same level of community adoption as football, rugby, or baseball. But the participation numbers have been increasing steadily. We are seeing more and more people interested, especially youngsters, and one hopes that this can only improve as cricket's now officially being announced for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. We hope to see more people, both young and or elder ones alike, take up the sport, show an interest, watch it on TV, watch it on YouTube, come to the grounds and watch the game as well, participate in community events as well as formal leagues such as the JCL and the Japan Cup. Now we are due to resume the action again after the drinks break. Players and the umpires in their position. Charlotte's likely to continue her spell. She's already bowled 2 overs with an absolute peach of a delivery to get rid of Harune Iwasaki. Now, the first delivery after resumption of play is being just patted back onto the offside by Erica, who's showing a lot of matured composure over here. She understands that she has got twin responsibilities of scoring as well as protecting her wicket and playing till the end of the 20th over. She's very determined. She has scored 9 of 17 so far. She was scoring at run a ball in the earlier half of her innings thus far, but the fall of other wickets have meant that she has to play a little bit more cautiously. That one was another gentle dab onto the leg side. No runs over there. Understandably, the player is taking it a little bit easy after the interruption. Don't want to take any don't want to play any rash shots. This one was a much better delivery by Charlotte. Straight delivery came back into the batter after pitching. Just that little bit of seam movement. And played with equal merit to the offside by Erica. Did not go into the gaps and therefore no runs to be taken over there. That one was a much better shot on the leg side. Hit nicely off her feet or toes. One run completed in the process. That one's hit a bit uppishly and it has been dropped. What a calamity. For the Singaporeans, that is. Good luck for the Japanese over there. That was definitely hit uppishly and could have been a catch. Went to the hand of the fielder and then just dropped. Bit of a good fortune for Erica. That one's played more watchfully by Seika on the offside. Watched for the ball to bounce. Oh, and a bit of an opportunistic run at the end. Initially did not seem inclined to get go, but then, took the opportunity as the fielder was a little bit late to get to the ball. Charles now completed 3 overs and has figures of 1 for 12. Lovely piece of bowling, and definitely has shown a lot of merit and promise and talent over here. It's not hard to see why she is being selected in the national team at the tender age of 16. And so at the change of this over, Sei Kasumi is going to retain strike after completing that single at the end. We're just waiting confirmation of who the new bowler is likely to be. Now that one's hit well past point into the gap between gully and point. The slow outfield prevents it from getting into the boundary on that side. The fielders chase after that, and there's a quick return to the keeper, with the batters completing 2 runs in the process. Smriti Anand is the new bowler. And she comes again. Flighted delivery, attempted off spin. Obviously ends up a full toss. And Seika just sweeps that one up to backward square leg, completes a single in the process. That one has been swept with much more authority by Erika into the vacant gap, and that goes for a boundary, much needed boundary for Japan at this stage. That also helps the. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that Japan had crossed 50 runs in the previous over. That's a wonderfully struck boundary shot. And it's funny how that side of the ground, the outfield's still quite good, but on the offside from where we are right now, the outfield is very sluggish near the boundary. Erika taking full advantage of that full toss in the process. Good sense of placement, a wonderful sense of timing, and she's good at pacing her innings. Personally, I think if Japan get to about 1995 runs, this will be a tough total to chase for Singapore in the process. Erika goes on the back foot once again and slaps it towards backward square leg. Manages to get only a single this time despite the misfield. It was a shot manufactured especially to hit into the gap. That was good, good thinking by Erika over there. Now in comes Pretty again. Another full toss. This one also swept on bent knee by Seika, uh, and they take one more single. It appears that the fine drizzle that we had earlier in the innings has stopped. Nonetheless, because of the wet outfield, the ball still getting wet and needs to be dried quite regularly. Looks like most players are carrying hand towels with them. Ooh, that's close to the timelines for the white ball, left alone. And that brings us to the end of the over. 9 runs off that one. Score for Japan 57 for 4 after 12. I think it would be safe to say that Charlotte Boyd may not be retaining for a fourth consecutive over. She'll probably be given a break and she might return later on for her fourth. Quite possible that Johanna might be returning to complete her quota of overs now. The wicketkeeper Louis marshalling some of the fielders around, making last minute adjustments to the field placings. And we're ready to go. The bowler that we have is Ishita Shukla, who bowls it seam up and gets a breakthrough of her first delivery. That ball was hit into the air by Seika Sumi, and there goes a very tame catch to the fielder in the covers. That was just an uppish stroke, and the fact that the ball bounced a little bit higher than expected did not help Seika's case, who was looking actually very good at the crease and was providing able support to Erika. But this has put a dent in Japan's efforts. This definitely not what they wanted. They are now half down, as in 5 wickets down, and we still have about 8 overs left in this innings. First inning score of 90-95 is going to be very handy for Japan over here, but they need to play very carefully and not lose their wickets. And it's not going to be easy, but in the remaining 8 overs, they only have to score at about 4, maybe 4.5 runs and over to get to that 90-95 run mark. It was good field placing over there by Singapore, and the pitch definitely offering assistance to the bowlers. Next player in is Rino Morita, who is a left-handed batter, and obviously this is going to bring in the necessary changes in the field, and the square leg umpire also has to change positions, and we see umpire Newman crossing across, going to the other side. And while the bowlers and umpire, who is Mr. Vipin Sukwal, he is controlling the game at the other end and just waiting, making sure that everybody is in position before the bowler comes in for the next delivery. Now in comes Ishita, a tidy seam up bowler, decent pace on the ball, an appeal for an leg before we get over there. Clearly the ball sort of angling down the leg side, and umpire Sukwal quite rightly declines that appeal. No ball called. Umpire Sukwal explains that Ishita had overstepped, and now we shall have a free hit, the first free hit of this innings. So just a reminder, for the free hit, you can't be out except for run out handling the ball, and you can't change the field as the batters hadn't crossed. This is likely to be given a wide. We're just waiting on the umpire's signal. The batters complete 2 runs in the process, and that has been given a wide. So an addition of 3 runs to the Japanese total over here, very welcome runs. And because this ball was in another extra, the free hit stands. And there we go. There we have umpire Sukwal signaling the free hit once more. As I was saying, you can only be out by very limited means of a free hit, and that includes a run out and obstructing the field. She comes down the wicket to hit it off the free hit. Unfortunately, doesn't get hold of it. The ball just goes off the bat towards mid-off. No runs taken over them. So far in this over, Japan have scored 4 runs, 3 of them coming off wide, 2 wides, and a no ball. The umpire trying to make sure that the white line at the popping crease is visible, and that the bowler's footmarks haven't sort of interfered with the continuity of the white line too much. Oh my god, that is another wicket over there. Japan have lost 2 in this over. Ishita Shukla bang on the money with that ball as it's angled into the stumps, misses the batter's attempt to hit it, and that has clattered onto middle and off. It's a wonderful piece of bowling over there by Ishita Sharma. Japan now in quite significant bit of trouble over here at 61 for 6. We are in the 13th over. We still have 7 overs remaining. Erika Oda remains unbeaten. She has played a very measured innings thus far, scoring 15 of 23. And yes, it's a little bit on the slower side for her, but let's not forget that the weather conditions are such that it's not easy for batting out there, and she's realized that she needs to stay as long as she can if Japan are to post a competitive score over here. Fall of that wicket now brings Hinase Goto on strike. She will be facing the last delivery of Ishita's over. Now, with Hinase-san being a right-handed batter, it's business as usual. Everybody's back in their orthodox fielding positions. In comes Ishita for the final ball of this over. She's already got 2, and she almost had a third as it beats the outside edge of Hinase's drive. A good way to end that over. 2 wickets in this one for her, only for 4 runs, all of which came off extras. End of the 13th over, Japan are now 61 for 6. Their immediate target is likely to be to score at the current run rate of about 4.7 and make sure that they get to 90 runs by the end of this innings, assuming that they don't lose all of their wickets by then. There you go. That looks like Joanna's back in the attack now. This should be her final over. She's already bowled 3 so far. She starts with a dot ball in this one. Another dot ball to follow the first one. Tidy over. That's a full toss on offer. Erica takes heavy toll of that and slaps it past square leg into the vacant region for another boundary. She has batted really well over here. She has played the good balls on merit. She has defended well. She has run between the wickets well, taken judicious runs. And when the bad ball comes along, she has smashed it. A wonderful pull shot for a boundary of a full toss. That brings Erica to 19 of 26 deliveries and brings Japan's total to 65 of 6. If they can keep up this momentum, they are quite likely to reach that target of 90 runs for the end of this innings. And let's not mince words, this is not a pitch for easy batting over here. The conditions also have been helpful for the bowlers. It looks like there was a little bit of an inside edge over there. Oh, given byes by the umpire. It was a good ball actually, and it did beat Erica. I thought that probably took an inside edge and then onto the pad and then for a single, but it looks like it beat everyone in the process over there. Umpire Newman gives it a bye. That brings Hina Segoto to strike. She's taken her guard now and is ready to face Johanna, who's got 2 deliveries left in this over. That one's on the offside and evaded the keeper who's chasing after that delivery, and that will allow the batters enough time to complete 2 runs. And another bye being signaled over there by umpire Newman. Last ball of Johanna's spell ends with a dot ball. Good bowling figures, 24 runs of 4 overs. Unlucky not to have added to the wickets tally, but did bowl tidily. That finishes her quota of 4 runs for this innings. Japan are now 68 for 6 after 14 overs. The next few batters to come in the proceedings are Elena at number 9, and we have Shronali Ranade at number 10, and then we've got Nanoha Yasumoto at number 11. Ahilia is sitting this one out. She would have been very handy in this situation, as she often can contribute handy runs with the bat. What a piece of fielding. What an absolutely brilliant catch against the run of play. It was a lovely shot played by Erica. Beautiful square cut, of a short, wide delivery that was bowled. And she got her timing spot on, but unfortunately, she did not get the placement that she wanted. Hit a little bit aerially, and that was taken in the field by a diving catch. It looks like that was Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very athletic performance over there by that fielder. A wonderful catch taken over there. It came in very quickly. And just as we were saying that, Erika's presence on the field is absolutely crucial for Japan to post a good total. She departs off a beautifully taken catch off a shot that she herself played very well. Just unfortunately wasn't able to place it as well as she might have liked to. It was a very well timed shot though. But yeah, just went to the fielder who took a wonderful forward diving catch. Right, so that's 68 for 7, and now we have Elena Kusuda Nain, who's out to bat. She's going to team up with Hinase Goto, who's yet to get off the mark of the three deliveries that she's faced so far. Good ball again by Ishita Shukla. We're definitely seeing a sort of a resurgent Singaporean team effort over here. The first two games, they definitely struggled with both bat and ball. They have definitely improved their batting performances as the games have gone by, and likewise, their bowling has also improved. They're bowling much more tighter. Ooh, a little bit of a late swing over there, and that beats the outside edge of Elena. Collected very well by the keeper Louis, and one day Fishita can repeat that sort of delivery. So we're seeing here that there definitely is swing on offer for the bowlers. I wonder how much Japan are likely to miss Ahelia in these conditions. Especially considering the fact that even Kurumi Ota is not in the playing 11 today. A bulk of the bowling definitely will rest with Elena. Shronali Ranade is also a very handy bowler. That's well played on the leg side by Lina and evades the diving fielder over there at fine leg. Unfortunately, that's the part of the ground where the outfield is very, very sluggish, and the ball just stops well in front of the boundary, which allows the batters to complete 2 runs. And with that, Japan have hit 70 runs in this innings. They'll be hoping to add another 20 over the course of the next 5 overs. I think 90 runs would be a reasonable total for them to be able to defend over here. That one's just patted back onto the leg side. Evades the keeper in her attempt to block that ball. Runs off the bat given by umpire. And that brings us to the end of the over. Japan are now 71 for 7. I guess the question is, can Singapore prize out these 3 wickets by the end of the 20th over? Or will Japan manage to keep them in hand and score at least another 15, maybe 20 runs? Vinu Kumar is now back into the attack. She's got 2 overs remaining. In she comes, bustling in. Flighted delivery. Oh my god. That was so close. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but the ball was definitely high. There was no doubt about that. The only potential was whether it would have lobbed onto the stumps after it hit the batter. Rightly given not out by umpire Newman. players take a leg bye in the process. Every run counts hereafter, and no matter what form you get them, whether it's wides, no balls, overthrows, leg byes, any team will be happy just to take those runs. Hina says beaten on the outside edge for that one, went for an expensive drive on the offside, planted a front foot forward. Good technique on display over there, but the bowler was a little bit too wily for her. She couldn't hit the ball, and no run. This time it takes the outside edge and it goes past the gully fielder. There should be a single over here. Yeah, absolutely. A good direct hit onto the stumps. Fortunately, both the batters were back in safely. No overthrow, so no particular harm done to Singapore's chances over here as well. Oftentimes, when you get a direct hit and it ricochets, there's always a chance for a few extra overthrow runs as well, which wasn't the case just now. Overall, Japan's fielding has been better throughout this series compared to Singapore. Ooh, that's a good ball. Wonderful ball on the stumps. Well played by Elena, who played it watchfully and just dead batted it right in front of her stumps. So as I was saying, Japan has definitely fielded better in this series so far. They have had 7 runouts in 3 games, and let's see what they can bring to the table in the second innings of this match. And they definitely need their ground fielding to help and support their bowlers in managing to defend what is likely to be a lower than expected total over here. Smriti Anand chases that ball down to fine leg. Elena earlier had managed to hit that ball into that gap over there, and it takes 2 runs in the process. This one's also played a little bit more watchfully. Dot ball to in the over. Oh, umpire signals dead ball. Now we don't know why it was a signal dead ball, but there it is. The umpire has signaled the dead ball. So Vinu Kumar will have to bowl this one again. get a single this time. She's definitely helping this Japanese scoreboard tick along at a nice clip in this closing stages of the game. She's batting at 9 of 15, and Elena is batting at 5 of 9. Divya has got two more deliveries left. Who hits that again towards the offside? That's really, really quick running. I mean, you can see by the time the fielder's throw has reached the keeper, Hinase has gone past the wicket keeper and at least another 5 yards beyond that. Really good running by these two over here, who are capitalizing on the depth of the field placings. And I think this is where the Singapore skipper probably needs to just get her fielders around if she wants to cut off the singles. Here she comes for her final delivery now, Divya. This has been hit wide or in between the gap at gully and point, and the fielder scampers that to chase it down, which gives the batters enough time to complete another 2 runs. Wonderful running between the wickets in this over. Both Elena and Hinase have been quick. They score 8 runs in this over so far. Divya GK finishes her bowling spell with 2 wickets for 17 runs off her 4 overs. The Japanese total stands at 90 for 7, and I think Japan will be happy that they have achieved this and have another 2 overs left in this innings. I hope that they don't lose any further wickets and that these two are able to complete the innings hereafter. Vinu Kumar returns for her final over of this innings. The run rate has climbed up to 5 runs and over, which is much more respectable. I think, given the conditions, anywhere in excess of 90 is it's good enough to be defended. Venukumar starts with a loopy delivery outside of off, which has now become a trademark of some sort for her. It's very difficult to hit slower deliveries, especially in tricky batting conditions, because you have to get not only your timing right, but everything your balance, your follow through, the power behind the shot, and the placement. That's another one, and that's another one that Elena misses. So 2 dot balls in a row. If this were a chase, the pressure on Elena would be quite significant. Hinase from the non-strikers end has been instructing Elena to sort of play it a bit late and just play it into the gaps rather than try to hit it. Sensible advice for her batting partner. Now, this time Elena uses her feet, adjusts her position, and hits it into the offside. Unfortunately, Divya has misfielded that, and that gives the batters a chance to run another 2. Hinase Goto is really quick between the wickets over here. I mean, she had made it to the non-strikers' end even before Elena had reached her end. That is wonderful running between the wickets by this pair. A bit of a confusion over there, and I wonder if the fielder has injured her foot or lost her footing, because sometimes with the artificial turf pitches you can get slippery surfaces, and I hope that nobody gets injured over that. Oh, that's just lobbed over the bowler's head, and they scamper for a quick single. Good presence of mind, and even though there were two other fielders converging on that ball, the batters made it safely. And that brings Hinase to the run. Sorry, not to the run. That brings Hinase to the striker's end now. She will face this last delivery of Vinukumar's spell. I assume that she'll probably hit it in the gaps once again, try and retain strike as much as possible. Oh, Fox there by the seam. That ball just jagged back in after hitting the pitch. It's it's not easy to hit those ones. Nonetheless, Japan finished the 19th over with 93 of 7. Definitely 23 runs short, 20 odd runs short of where they ended up in the third T20 international. But as I said, the batting conditions today are not as good as what they were then. And we have seen during this innings that there is a little bit of a spongy bounce in that pitch, and a few of the deliveries have just stood up and bounced a little bit unexpectedly. We saw one that kept low as well. Now we are into the final over of the match. Should be Charlotte Boyle. That's a good full length delivery on the stumps, well controlled and well played by Elena, who didn't try to overhit that one, just patted it back. Dot ball to start this final over. Bounce a little bit on the shorter side. Elena unable to take advantage of that and place it into the gaps. That one went to the waiting short wicket. Another dot ball. I mean, if Japan were chasing a score over here, these two dot balls would have considerably added to the pressure on Elena, who might have been forced to play a rather risky stroke to get that run rate going up again. But as Japan is setting a target over here, it's not the same level of pressure on her. And she pats back this one too. Another good delivery by Charlotte. And a third dot ball in this over. Umpire Newman kindly reminding Elena not to run down the middle of that pitch. I think he's trying to minimize any damage to the pitch as much as he can. Now that is hit with some intent, doesn't get hold of it completely well, but is able to complete a single. We have got two more deliveries left in this over, and that brings Hinase Goto on strike. She will want to maximize whatever scoring opportunity she gets. Wouldn't be surprised if she tries to score a couple of runs on the fifth delivery and then place it wherever she wants for the final one. If she gets a boundary on this one, even better. Now that's a full toss that has been hit, gets the top edge, goes behind the keeper, and it's making its way towards the boundary. Definitely not going to get there. Stops way short. The keeper, Louis, picks it up, throws it back to the fielders who are backing up over there. Hinase completes 2 runs in the process. Pretty much what we expected. Of course, the execution of the shot wasn't what she would have wanted, but the result is probably what she would have wanted. This way, she retains strike for the last delivery of this innings. Last ball of the innings, Charlotte comes in. Hinase in position again. She takes a big swing onto the leg side that has cleared the fielder. Unfortunately, will not get to the boundary. Picked up by the fielder. Elena showing good intent into going for that second run. And I'm not sure if she's made it. So she definitely hasn't made it, is being given run out. And Japan finish this innings with 97 runs on board. For that run out, if you watch, both Hinase and Elena were outside of the crease when the keeper collects the ball and takes the stumps off. And as Elena is running towards that end, she's the one who is run out. So the total that Japan have managed to get to is 98 for 8, which is a very good competitive total on this surface in these conditions. I think Japan personally have done very well to get to this score. Personally, I thought that 90 would be a reasonable target, and especially with the way Japan lost early wickets, uh, even getting to 90 seemed a difficult task. But players like Erika, Hinase, and even with able like good contributions from Haruna Iwasaki and a couple of other players have ensured that they have managed to get to 98 after their allocated 20 overs. We have had a delayed start in this match. Thankfully, we haven't lost any overs, so we are likely to run the full distance. Here is the Japanese scorecard. Haruna Iwasaki with 14 of 18, Akari Nishimura 12, Erika with 19, Inase Goto contributing with 15. Elena run out for 10 of the delivery. I mean, they probably could have made two if there was better communication between Elena and Hinase. Uh, Elena might still have struggled, who knows? But it was a valiant effort. On the Singaporean side, Ishita Shukla is their most successful bowler today with 3 wickets for 14 runs off her 3 overs. And Divya has contributed very well with 2 for 17, having taken those early top order wickets. Please join us again in about 15 minutes' time or so when we return to resume Singapore's innings. Until then, we will take a short break. Thank you once again for tuning us and watching the feed on Japan Cricket Association's YouTube channel and on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. We shall see you shortly.
Hello, hello, and welcome back, everybody. This is the second innings of the fourth T20 international between Japan and Singapore. Japan have scored 98 for the loss of 8 wickets in their first innings, and now we have Singapore starting their run chase. It looks like the rain has held off for a while, and I'm keeping fingers crossed that it does not return for until the completion of this game. Tomorrow's weather forecast looks a little bit more optimistic, so let's hope that we get a full game in the process over here. Players are in position, the umpires are in position, the batters are taking their guard, and play will be underway very, very soon. As we have noted earlier, Ahilia Chandel is being rested for this game, so she will not be opening the bowling for Japan, which is her usual role. In her place, we've got Shronali Ranade. Nonoha Yasumoto retains her spot, and Kurumi Ota is also missing from today's lineup. Nonetheless, Japan will be quite grateful that they have got 98 runs on the board, which is likely to be a good total to defend given the conditions that we have had today. Earlier in the day, we saw Singapore win the toss and they elected to bowl first and took good advantage. Now, this is the first ball of this innings. In comes Nonoha Yasumoto, left arm over the wicket, bowling across the batter who looks to be Ishita Shukla. The dot ball to start the proceedings. Very good ball by Nonoha Yasumoto. I stand corrected. The batter is Smriti Anand. Rather not Ishita Shukla, it is Smriti Anand. And she is partnered by Divya GK, who now will be on strike after they complete their first run. So that's first runs off the bat for Singapore. And we continue proceedings again. It's another good delivery by Nonoha. That's straight onto the stumps, bowling left arm over. That was played onto the leg side by Divya, who is a seasoned campaigner and a veteran in the Singaporean side. Singapore will need all of her experience and they will need a cool, calm, sensible head on her shoulders if she is to marshal this run chase. Mai Yanagida, who's leading the Japan team, she is marshalling her troops in the field, setting her field placements just the way she wants and basically to her bowler's strength. We see a fairly packed offside field over there. And we've got three, four fielders on the leg side, three of them in the circle, one at the deep mid wicket. That ball takes the toe end of the bat and hits Smriti flush on the foot. After that, the ball doesn't travel much further as we see point, gully, and cover. All three fielders converge to the striker's end in an effort to field that ball and stop the batters from sneaking in a single. We have seen Japan field very well during the course of this series, and I think we're likely to see that continue in this match too. In comes Nunoha-chan again, and this time the batter has actually dispatched it over mid-wicket's head, and that has gone to the boundary. So this is the first boundary for Singapore in their run chase. Smriti taking the attack to the bowler over here. That actually wasn't a bad ball at all. It was a good delivery angled across. It's just that the batter has played a very good shot, picked up the length early, and just smashed it over the circle. Sorry for the technical glitch again. Sorry for the loss of audio over there. So we see the end of the first over with a dot ball. Singapore 6 runs off their first over. A tidy over bowled by Nonoha Yasumoto. Second over is likely to be taken by Elena. That's a good delivery over there. Well played by the fielder. And then that is not Elena who's bowling from that end. We'll have to wait for confirmation. That looks like Elena. It's another good delivery, hit up inchly in the air, and that could be caught, and that is gone. First blood drawn by Japan over here. Singapore lose their first wicket in the second over. Shimako Kato strikes with her second delivery. Lovely little run up over there, good high arm action, whippy shoulders, and that ball just could not be kept down by Divya. Singapore lose their most seasoned, most experienced player very early in this run chase. Japan strike early, and that is a huge, huge blow to this Singapore run chase. Lovely bit of bowling over there. Singapore would have been hoping that they could have managed to keep Divya at least till the 10th, maybe even the 11th over, sort of keep one in going. This is a massive blow for them. In comes Shimako, another lovely delivery, full length, just pitching outside of off stump. A little bit of a late away movement in the air over there, and this was something that we saw earlier when Singapore bowled as well. And conditions still quite helpful for bowlers over here, especially seam bowlers. And we see a little bit of late movement again. Beautiful outswing over here by Shimako Kato, who has bowled very well. That's another good ball on the stumps. Oh, misfield at back square leg over there. And even though there was a chance for a single, the Singaporean batters have decided not to take the single. And this is a key difference between the approach that Japan showed and the approach that Singapore are showing. Singapore are opting for a safety first approach over here, whereas the Japanese batters definitely went for their runs off misfields. And in hindsight, I think they could have completed that single over there. But they might have just been wary of Japanese fielding prowess, which they have witnessed firsthand in this series. So far, 7 runouts to the Japan team, many of them being direct hits as well. So they have really, really picked up their game in the field. That's the end of the second over. Singapore are 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. And that was Divya GK's wicket in the second over, caught off the bowling of Shimako Kato. Japan have made an early dent in Singapore run chase now, and they will be quite positive, quite optimistic about another win in this match. They need to stick to their plans as they have done so far. In comes Nonoha for her second over. This has been dragged from outside of off stump by the batter. That's Smriti Anand, who hits it towards mid wicket and completes an easy single. This brings Vinu on strike, and she will be facing Shimako Kato for the first time in this innings. Shimako Kato's bowled a very good angle. She's bowling left arm over the wicket, and most of the deliveries have been slanted across the batter. The only boundary coming off her bowling so far was off an aerial hit by Smriti Anand in the first over. This one was another good delivery, sort of held its line a little bit, hit the batter on the back pad, but that was well outside of leg stump. An appeal for leg before wicket, quite rightly so, turned down by umpire. Oh, that would have been an easy chance for first slip. Nonoha Yasumoto creating that chance, got the outside edge of Vinukumar wide of the fielder, would have been an easy slip catch in first slip. And Singapore have got another boundary in the process as that ball rolled over the ropes. Singapore living a little bit riskily over here. They'd be very, very grateful that that edge didn't carry to the keeper or the fact that there was no slip over there. It remains to be seen whether with this angle of bowling, Mai Yanagida places a slip later on in this over, especially if Nonoha is going to keep bowling across the righty. That one's hit straight to the fielder. Oh my god, it would have been a chance for a run out. Smriti Anand was a little bit slower in getting to the striker's end, and the fielder had gathered the ball and in an instant had picked it up and thrown it back at the stumps. Did not, if she had connected and if that had hit the stumps on the direct hit, Smriti Anand would have been out. Singapore really living dangerously over here, and it looks like Vinukumar has had a chat with her batting partner and just calmed some frayed nerves over there, and probably would have given a little bit of advice in taking things in a much more measured manner. Very interesting batting stance by Smriti Anand, covering all of the stumps over there. Puts her at risk of an LBW if she were to miss a straight delivery. She must be very confident of not missing one then. As we have seen that sometimes that can help you fetch deliveries outside of off and head it onto the leg side field. Fielding positions are pretty orthodox at this stage. We've got a mid-off, we've got a cover, we've got a point, we've got a gully, we've got a sweeper cover over there, we've got one in the circle at fine leg, and we've got a short mid-wicket, we've got a mid-on, and then we've got a backward square leg. That's the end of the third over. Singapore are now 13 for the loss of one wicket, chasing 99 for victory. An interesting passage of play in this power play overs. Singapore had struck twice very early on to prize two early Japanese wickets, and Japan now returning the favor over here. They've already got Singapore's most experienced campaigner in Divya GK, and they would be trying really, really hard to get another couple of wickets over the next 3 to 4 overs. Shimako Kato, in particularly, will be a very handy bowler in this conditions. She has already shown that she is capable of bowling at a decent pace with a very high arm upright seam, and she's getting a little bit of a late swing in the process. That one just evaded her fingertips as she jumped in her follow through to get that catch. Smriti Anand just squirted that foolish length delivery over Shimako's head, who tried valiantly to get to that ball. It would have been an absolutely brilliant catch if she had managed to get at least some part of her hands to it, but that ball evaded her comfortably. That one's been played on the offside over there, quite behind point. Three fielders converging, and we have 2 runs scored in the process. Good ball once again by Shimako Kato, and an equally good shot played over there by Vinu Kumar. Oh, that's again hit in the air. Had to reach for that one outside of off stump. Gets a thickish outside edge and manages to score 1 run in the process. In comes Shimako Kato again. That's hit back straight to the bowler. No run coming off that delivery. Good ball, very well played. And as a few commentators in the past have said, good cricket all round. Who's slightly heading down the leg side. The intent from Shimako was absolutely spot on, trying to aim for the batter's body or the leg side and trying to get that ball to swerve away from them at the last minute. This time round, it just held its line and the angle and sort of went just past the player. So it's quite rightly called a wide by the umpire. That's a much better delivery over there. Decently played by Vinu, quite tentatively on the offside, not sure whether that ball was coming in, going away, and played it quite away from her body in the process. Final ball of this over coming up. Another good delivery, another bit of late swing on a foolish length. Batter managed to keep it away, hit it straight to the fielders, no run. Singapore total now stands at 19 for 1 after 4 overs. Decent bowling so far by the Japanese bowlers. Both Nonoha and Shimako have bowled 2 overs each. I suspect we might see a change in bowling now. Or maybe not, as we see, as we see Nonoha making her way to the top of her bowling mark. So we're likely looking at 3 overs on the trot for her, followed by a break, and then we might see her return later on in the innings. That's hit in the air again on the leg side. Fielders gathering it, lands in no man's land, and collected by the mid wicket fielder. Players can complete 2 runs in the process. Both Vinay Kumar and Smriti Anand sort of taking advantage of the gap over there. Nonoha might sort of try and correct this by pitching a little bit fuller. Smriti Anand's stance really, really interesting over here at this point as she tries to gather that ball outside of off stump and hits it back towards the leg side region. Fails to make any connection at this point. Ball's being gathered by the keeper who tries an attempt at stumping unsuccessfully, and now the ball's heading its way back to the bowler. Umpire Sukhwal realigning the stumps. Smriti Anand once again covering all of the stumps in her batting stance. And once again making contact with the ball and hitting it in the leg side region where it's fielded cleanly. And oh my god, this could be a chance for a run out. Oh, that is a wasted opportunity. Wasted opportunity. Smriti did not look at where the ball was and how quickly that fielder had returned it, and she had set off on her second run. Her batting partner instructed her to return, by which point Nonoha had already collected the ball, but in her rush to sort of break the stumps, threw the ball from where she stood and was unable to hit the stumps directly. Smriti Anand therefore survives. Paced a little bit fuller this time. Vinukumar hangs back in her stumps, makes a late adjustment and plays it deftly towards square leg. Goes straight to the fielder, no run in the process over there. This time it's a little bit fuller length on the offside and has been played well by Vinukumar on the off, but very, very well fielded by the Japanese players. And they have managed to stop the ball from going past the inner circle. They have also prevented a single over here. It looks like Vinukumar is more content on playing the ball on merit, whereas I just get this feeling that Smriti Anand might be in a little bit of a rush over here to try and score runs. That's another decent delivery outside of off that goes to point and has been intercepted without any run scoring opportunities on this final ball of this over. Singapore are now 22 for 1 after 5 overs, chasing a target of 99. Smriti Anand's batting at 11 of 11, and Vinukumar is batting at 9 of 16. She has been taking the more cautious, more pragmatic approach over here, and Anand seems to be the enforcer in this run chase. We now have a change in bowler. Elena is due to bowl her first over. This is the final over of the power play, which means that we still have only 2 fielders permitted outside the circle for this over. After that, the captain is free to post 3 additional fielders, making it a total of 4 outside the circle. In comes Selena for her first delivery this innings. Bangs it in short, was outside off stump. Now that one was a swivel shot by Smriti Anand once again on the leg side, which seems to be her preferred side. And I think when you look at her stance, you do get the feeling that she prefers to hit or score most of her runs onto the off leg side. Be interesting to see how she manages deliveries on the off stump. And you do wonder whether her stance being so, like the way she covers her stumps, she brings a lot of deliveries outside off stump within her reach as well as a result, and she's got a much more sort of open stance that way too. So yeah, clearly her leg side play is definitely the her stronger point rather than offside play. There's a single by Vinu Kumar, who's hit that delivery towards square leg, and that brings Smriti again on strike. Elena's bowled tidily so far in this over, and you can see over there that Smriti's toe is way outside the off stump, covering at a potential fourth stump over there. This time she hits it straight. It was a straightish, fullish length, sort of a full toss. This time she's hit it in the air. Unfortunately for Japan, it falls in a vacant spot straight behind the bowler, and they complete one run in the process. There have been a few aerial shots over here. The Japanese bowlers have created opportunities for wickets, a couple of them by catches. There was that outside edge of Nonoha's bowling earlier as well, and there was a potential run-out chance in the previous over. This time Elena does bowl another straight delivery, good length, came onto a good height. Vinukumar again playing it without any unnecessary risk. And that is the end of the power play. Singapore have scored 25 for 1. Their run rate is currently at 4.17. And we will definitely see a change of bowling in this over. Nonoha has completed 3 overs in her initial spell. The batter is marking her guard once again, while Mai and her bowler are tinkering with the field. They're moving that deep mid wicket field a little bit wider, and they're getting mid on towards long on. The mid wicket inside the circle is a little bit straighter. We've got a deep backward square leg, and we've got a fine leg in the circle. There is good. That's a top edge, and that is a catch. And that catch is very well taken there by Haruna Iwasaki. Shronali Ranade strikes on her first delivery. Japan make yet another dent in the Singapore chase. That was a flighted delivery just on middle stump, and Vinukumar wasn't able to get to the pitch of that ball. Was it Vinukumar? Hang on a second. No, it was actually Smriti Anand who was out. So as we talked about earlier, that leg side being her preferred side, I think this time around the ball being full enough and pretty much, being she wasn't in position to hit that along the ground. She tried to hit an aerial shot, didn't quite get to the pitch of that delivery, got a very leading edge, and the field placement by Mai Yanagida has worked wonders. So Japan take that second wicket. Haruna Iwasaki completes a simple catch over here, and that gives Shronali her first wicket in today's game off her first delivery. That should boost her spirits as well, and it definitely bolsters Japan's chance of a victory over here now. Nonetheless, this brings Ramesh onto the crease. She is another good player for Singapore and pretty much a mainstay of their middle order batting, if I may say so. That was another good ball by Shronali. Sort of a flighted off spin. Turned back in just that little bit. Played quite watchfully by Vinu Kumar over there. And going back to previous contributions of Roshni and Vinu Kumar, they did not get much in the first innings. Second innings, they contributed 21 and 13. And then in the most recent one, they scored 40 and 34. So Vinukumar scoring 40 and Roshni scoring 34 in the third T20 international. And as I mentioned earlier, they are pretty much the mainstay of the Singaporean middle order. Another good flighted delivery by Shronali, very well fielded over there, and, just behind point. The players managed to score a single in the process. As we can see, the ball is still wet. Shronali was just dried the ball over there, so one can assume that the ground is still a little bit full of moisture and the ball is getting wet in the outfield, which is definitely going to affect a finger spinner's ability to grip the ball and turn it as well. Now, that's the end of Shronali's over, who has got 1 for 5 in her opening over. Singapore now at 30 for 2 of 7 overs, and their run rate is almost 4.3. I just want to say a huge thank you to all the viewers who have joined us on YouTube and FanCode. We've got a viewership of approximately 300 to 350 people right now. And as we head back to the proceedings, that ball has been hit into the mid-wicket region. That one was by Roshni. Oh, sorry, that one was by Vinu Kumar, and that brings Roshni to the strike now. Elena is to continue this over. This is her second over of the spell. Yes, so going back to our viewers on YouTube, a lot of them log in from across the globe. Some of them via YouTube, some of them via FanCode, and they're following these matches. A huge thank you for all the supporters, all the people who have subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the Japan Cricket Association's channel and hit that notification bell so you get notified of whenever a live feed is due to be broadcast, whether that be in the Japan Premier League, the Japan Cricket League, or any international games that are hosted by the JCA at Sano. In comes Selena again. That ball has been slapped back by Roshni to the bowler. No run off that one. I do enjoy a bit of banter in the YouTube chat channel and comments, and it's nice to see a lot of people talking about the game and the scores. Now, obviously, most cricket fans are passionate, and that reflects in the comment section too. Another aerial shot over there goes high up in the air, falls just in between three fielders who were converging in on that catch. Lucky one for Ramesh. Sorry, for Ramesh, who scores a single off that one. Elena bang on the money so far in her spell. She's been relatively miserly. That's another good ball, angled into the batter's body, and who does not get to free her arms and hit it on the leg side. That ball just plonks in front of her, really goes nowhere, and picked up by Elena in her follow through. And she comes again for the final load delivery of this over, straight at the wickets again. And this one struck the batsman on her body once again, who was unable to make any contact. Another dot ball to end this over. Just one run coming off this one. Two runs, actually. And Singapore are 32 for 2 of 8 overs. A pretty round number for a run rate of 4.0. The job for the Singapore team is cut out over here, as these two need to not only consolidate this innings but also maintain the run scoring. Now Shrinali is back in the attack. Roshni hits that one towards square leg and takes a comfortable single. It brings Venukumar to the crease, who is batting currently at 13 runs off 25 deliveries. That's a high full toss, a very loopy delivery, and to me it seemed as if it was deliberate. And because the batter had come down the wicket, that has not been given a no ball, as the conditions for a no ball to be called off a high full toss are that has to be above waist high, provided the batter is standing upright at their crease. Now, in this case, Venukumar had come down the wicket, and therefore it's difficult to determine what the trajectory of the ball could have been at the point of impact if the batter was standing upright at the crease. So that's a good umpiring decision over there, not to call it a no ball. Ooh, another chance of a run out if it had been a direct hit. Would have been a very, very close call. And umpire Newman might have had to resort to the third umpire's assistance over here. But, unfortunately, we do not have camera replays for run out adjudications in today's game. Oh, is that gone? And that has been given. Another brilliant piece of fielding by Japan. Absolutely brilliant. Vinu Kumar had hit that square, went to the fielder who was just at the edge of the 30-yard circle, who fired in a quick throw, very, very well taken by the keeper over there, Akari Nishimura, who then whips the bails off in one flash, even as the batter struggled to get back into her ground. And this is a huge blow for the Singaporean run chase over here. Vinu Kumar, who made 40 runs in the previous T20 International, has now departed for a very meager score of 13 runs. This is a big blow for Singapore over here. And this wicket has come entirely due to brilliant fielding on the part of the Japanese team. And as I have mentioned on a number of occasions, this quality of fielding is a substantial improvement to what we saw the team perform last year. So there's definitely a lot of hard work that has gone behind the scenes, and I think credit should go to the coach, that is Dino, and to the players themselves, who have put in a lot of hard work, who practice as often as they can, and whenever they do get opportunities. And it's a it's really heartening to see this improvement and this change. We have already seen a change in the approach when they bat. They're a little bit more, I won't say aggressive, but they're definitely more assertive with the bat. The bowling's got a little bit more tidier and more consistent, but the biggest improvement has been in the fielding. And, like yet another run out. So this is 8 run outs for Japan so far in this series. Now, the new player is Safina Mahesh. She's trying her best to get that ball off the square without much success, I will say. Safina Mahesh scored 13 in the second T20 international, but unfortunately was out for a golden duck in the third one. That's the end of Shonali's over. She's now got figures of 1 for 6 of 2. That was a very, very tidy over, just 1 run coming off it. Singapore, after 9 overs, are 33 for 3. And their run rate has dipped quite significantly to 3.67. They will need an absolute miracle of some sort, whether it's an improved performance from one of their batters or an absolutely dismal team performance from Japan, for Singapore to overhaul this target. Elena back into the attack, balls outside of off stump, batter fails to make a connection, and that ball has been gathered by the wicketkeeper on the bounce. A bit of an awkward bounce over there as that ball didn't carry through cleanly. And you could see Roshni sort of remonstrating with herself for missing out on that one. And that follow-up delivery is an absolute beauty by Elena. Held its line, good length, good bounce on that one, and very close to the off stump. Did not actually square Ramesha, but she didn't get the width that she had hoped for, and she was lucky not to get an outside edge. This one's a little bit on the leg stump, which has been picked up by Roshni Ramesh and has been hit for a boundary, a much welcome boundary for Singapore over here. That should ease some of their nerves, but still, they'll probably need many more of those if they are to remain competitive within the game. Going back to the ball, full toss on leg side by Elena, a little error creeping in on her part, who has actually bowled very well so far, and Ramesh takes heavy toll of that one. That's a much tighter line this time, just outside of off stump, and sort of nipped back just that little bit. Very well kept out by Ramesh as well, who plays it through the offside. Didn't get it into the gap. That's a bit wider. Will be called a wide. An extra run into Singapore's total, who obviously won't be complaining, not just for the extra run, but also for the extra delivery. Another good straight ball, and this one goes straight to the fielder at mid off. Or extra cover, wherever she was. Probably extra cover. Haruna Iwasaki takes another catch. Good ball by Elena this time. Another full pitch delivery, getting the batter to play this on the rise. Roshni obliges, and that one is hit on the up into the hands of waiting Haruna Iwasaki at extra cover. Japan making steady inroads, and with the fall of that wicket, we will have a drinks break with one ball left, sorry, in Elena's over. So at the halfway mark, Singapore are 38 for 4. There could have been a couple more wickets, and I think at times like this, you do wonder whether Singapore will rue some of their chances when they were fielding. Especially drop catch of Erika Oda, a couple of run-outs that they missed as well. Earlier, having had a delayed start due to wet conditions, Japan had a sluggish start as well. They lost a few quick wickets, but then they rallied quite well along the likes of Erika Oda, Haruna Iwasaki, Hinase Goto. Everybody chipped in with handy contributions in the middle order, and they somehow managed to get to a score of 98, which I believed at that time was quite a good score for these conditions. And it's proving to be the case as well. I mean, batting on this pitch isn't going to be easy. We saw the Japan players struggle with it as well, and now we are seeing that the Singaporeans aren't having it easy out there when batting. In conditions like this, you usually have to apply yourself very well. You have to bide your time, wait patiently, play out the good deliveries, and basically try to get as many singles as you can, hit the ball into the gaps, and then when you get the bad ball, yeah, you just smash that. And we saw that earlier with when Erika and Haruna and Hinase were playing as well. So it might be an area of improvement for the Singapore team, perhaps when they reflect upon this series and look at what lessons they can learn. In comes Elena for a final delivery of this over, and that's another good length, rather a full length delivery on the off stump, and that's a dot ball to end that over. The new batter is Miss Galia, and that is Devika Galia. So in the first match, Devika scored 1 of 5. In the second game, unfortunately, she got a first ball duck, having been bowled by Ahilya, and that was a brilliant delivery that she got. In the third game, she managed to remain not out, having faced only one ball. This match now is going to be a stern test of her skill, her ability, and we shall see if she's able to keep Safina Mahesh company for long enough to at least post a reasonable response in their run chase. Shronali back into the attack, bowls a flighted off spinner once again, which was played by Mahesh into the leg side region of a sweep shot. Devika was there taking her guard, just taking her time. Shronali waiting for her to be ready, and in she goes. A flatter delivery this time, which has been played on the offside, fielded well over there in the covers. No run off this ball. And we can see both the fielder and Shronali having their towels ready to wipe any moisture from the ball. Just a reminder that the ground in the outfield is likely to still be wet from the earlier showers. This time a flighted delivery on off, very cleverly bowled, sort of inviting the batter to take that risk and hitting it up in the air again. The bait not taken by Devika, who lets the ball just go by. Ooh, another flighted delivery, and it looked as if that took a bit of a bottom edge and bounced just in front of the keeper, who did very well not to let the ball go past her. We can see that Akari Nishimura is doing a brilliant job of keeping so far in this series. He has been quite consistent. Now, this time the batters take a comfortable single. Shronali so far has managed to keep it very tight. She's only given 2 runs off 4 balls. Oh my god, she has missed that flighted delivery. Shafina Mahesh has played all over that ball, which was a flighted off break, which she just missed. And that ball has gone on to hit middle stump. Japan make yet another breakthrough. Singapore are now 5 down. That was a good flighted off spinner, one that the batter just could not get to. And completely missed it in the flight as well as the length. Um, she had no clue to this. Very clever bowling by Shronali over there. Who's again a very promising off spinner, one to keep an eye out for, and who could potentially go on to become a very key player for Japan in the future. Okay, we're having a little bit of a slight delay as Akari Nishimura dons the helmet and she's going to keep up close to the stumps. It looks like Mai Yanagida is going to bowl this over. Elena has finished her spell. Mai is slightly a quicker bowler compared to Shonali. So Shonali gives it a little bit more air. She gives it a little bit more flight. She gets a fair bit of drift, and the balls are delivered at a slightly slower pace. Mai, on the other hand, is a slightly quicker spinner compared to her colleagues. She comes in with a bustling run up and delivers it with a little whippy action off her shoulders. Generally has very good control over the deliveries. And as you can see, she has bowled 2 dot balls so far. Admittedly, she is bowling at batter number 6 in this lineup, but nonetheless, you still have to execute your role. Now, Devika Galia is joined by Lasya Bommareddy, who is at the non-strikers end. This time she's managed to get it off the square into the gap and fielded over there on the bounce. A slight slip up, but only keeping the batters down to a single. Lassia managed to make contact with that ball, but clearly wasn't in control of that shot, which takes a thickish inside edge and just sort of wobbles along the ground onto the leg side. No run over there. This time she tries to hit it straight and is deftly fielded by Mai in her follow through and completes her over, of which she has conceded only a single run. Singapore are now 42 of 5 at the end of the 12th over. The target is 99, which seems a long way across. They're not even at the halfway mark of the chase in terms of runs, but they have lost half their wickets and they have consumed more than half their allocated overs. Shronali comes back again with another flighted off break, which the batter has had to sort of reach out. So Devika had to reach out to that one and sort of drag it from outside of off stump to hit it towards mid wicket. She gets a single in the process, and that brings Lasya to the strike over here, who is now batting at no run of two deliveries. She makes contact once again with the ball and hits it back straight to the bowler. Oh, that's bold. That is bold. Just as we saw with the previous flighted off break, this one too, Devika Galia fails to connect with that ball, which evades her bat and has hit the leg stump. Shronali Ranade now has 3 wickets for the cost of 9 runs, and she has bowled very well over here. She has used the slower pace of the deliveries to outfox the batters, not giving them an easy pace to hit with the timings. And she has made them work hard. And in the process, they have either missed the lengths or basically they have failed to read the flight of the deliveries. Singapore have now slid to 43 for 6 of 12.3 overs. The new batter is the Singaporean wicket keeper, Louis Newbronner. Let's see how she manages to deal with the spin of Shronali Ranade, who's got 3 balls left. Another flighted delivery. Louis just hangs back in a crease, watches it carefully. You can see her head go up and then down as she follows the trajectory of that ball. And then she gets her bat in at the last moment and tries to whip it around fine leg, just backward of square actually. This time it's on the offside, and she's managed to keep it along the ground, but unfortunately it goes straight to the fielder. No run, another dot ball. And that's another dot ball to end a very, very fine bowling spell by Shronali Ranade, who finishes her 4 overs with 3 wickets for 9 runs. That is a fantastic bowling effort. She's made her teammates and her captain proud, and she's done a great job for her country over here. At the end of the 13 overs, Singapore are now 43 for 6 and clearly staring at the bottom of the barrel over here. They're still quite a way off the halfway mark in terms of their target. They've only got 7 overs left and they have got another 56 runs to score. That's more than run a ball. Mai Yanagida returns. She's going to bowl her second over, concedes no runs off her first delivery. Devika Galia quite content to pat that ball onto the offside. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks. It's definitely no run over there. This time it's on the leg side. She swipes it, but it goes straight to the fielder, who blocks that ball quite expertly. Doesn't give any opportunities for runs off a misfield. This time the ball's been hit straight back to Mai, who fields it very well. And as she's collecting the ball, she's already looking at where the batters are and checking out her options for another potential run out. So she first looked at the non strikers end, then she looked at the strikers end. Eventually realized that there was no point in throwing the ball back and quite judiciously kept the ball with her. This time round, though, we'll have a run out. That was an absolutely harebrained run attempt by Devika, who just hit the ball towards mid on. She saw Elena patrolling that region and nonetheless went for a run, which proved quite suicidal in the end. And that was a direct hit by Elena. And, as things have it, that is run out number 9 in the series. Japanese fielding has really, really gone a few notches above, as I was alluding to earlier. It's very heartening to see this change. So Singapore are now 6 wickets down. Oh, sorry, Singapore are now 7 wickets down officially. The scorecard is yet to update. There we go. And now we have the updated scorecard on our screens. 43 for 7. That brings Ishita Shukla at the non-strikers end, and Louis is now facing my Yanagida, who's got one more ball left in this over. The Japan team have thoroughly put in a first-rate performance in all the matches so far. Third game was the closest of the lot, but Japan have outshone Singapore in every other match. Mai ends her over with another dot ball. This time Louis slaps it towards square leg where there was a fielder in place who fields it quite proficiently. No run over there. 6 overs left. 36 deliveries yet to come. And Singapore need 56 more runs to win this game. And they only have 3 wickets remaining. Nonoha Yasumoto returns, so we have a change in bowling at this end. Nonoha-chan, she's got one more over left to bowl. This will be her final over, having bowled 3 previously. In she comes. Good line, good length, pitched on middle stump, angled away from the batter, which is her trademark. Unlike Ahilya Chandel, Nonoha delivers mostly balls that go across the right-handed batter. And whereas Ahilya has the ability to swing and seam that ball back into right-handers, Nonoha-chan's developing her craft, so she's likely to learn that in due course. Once again, follows the same template, pitches it on stumps, angles away, batter misses to make a connection, and kept well by Akari Nishimura behind the stumps, who makes no mistake. 2 dot balls in a row. Pressure building on Singapore if they're aiming to win this match. But I think, as we have seen so far this series, Singapore's prime concern is basically managing to survive all 20 overs. And therefore, these 2 batters are not going to be in any rush whatsoever. Now, that was an absolutely brilliant delivery, much more closer to the stumps, much more closer to the bat, and just missed and outside edge. Left the batter beautifully. Absolute peach of a ball. That's another good ball. Played straight to the fielder at gully. No run. We now have four dot balls on the row, in a row, not on the row, sorry, in a row. Oh, beautiful. And slowly, deliberately bowled slow, pitched in line on the stumps. Once again, the batter fails to make a connection, fails to read the flight of that ball, and that one has hit middle and leg, and the bails are dislodged. That is a good, clever delivery by Nonoha, and that is the end of Ishita Shukla, who basically has failed to trouble the scorers in today's game. Singapore are now 8 wickets down for 43. We have the possibility of a wicket maiden over here. We've had four dot balls or five dot balls if we include the wicket on that fifth delivery. And that is good. That is a maiden over with a wicket. Well bowled, Manohar Chan. She has completed her spell for with a bowling figures of 1 for 16 off her 4 overs. New batter we have now is Johanna Purnakaran, and she will be partnering Louis New Bronner in trying to salvage some degree of respect in the Singaporean innings. They have 5 overs left, but they only have 2 wickets left in this innings. Mai Yanagida returns to continue her spell. She is bowling very tightly as she has so far in this series, not giving that many free deliveries. She's not giving them the width, and she's not giving them any easily hittable full tosses either. She's actually making the batters work for their runs, and her field placings are, I won't say they're immaculate because I can't see the entire field in one stretch, but she is bowling to her field, or rather, she's had her field placings to her bowling strength. That's 3 dots she's bowled in a row in this over. Her bowling figures read no wickets for 1 run of 2.3 overs. That is very, very economical. That's glided backwards of point by Louis. And once again, there's a convergence of 2 to 3 fielders over there, which deny her the opportunity of taking a run. And I don't think Louis Newbronner is going to be that worried about scoring runs over here. I think her primary goal is going to be survival, and she would want to make sure that she remains not out at the end of this innings. This time around, she's hit one onto the leg side, a slap shot that goes to mid on, which is intercepted by Elena, who then throws the ball back to Mai as she gets to the top of her mark. One more ball remaining in this over. And as you note, this over has gone by very quickly. And they finally managed to get a single. Another direct hit from mid-off over there. This time the batters were in their crease. No run out, but yet again showcasing improved standards of fielding for this Japan side. That's the end of the 16th over. Singapore are now 44 for 8. And I think any hopes or aspirations of a win over here might be cast aside. They're probably aiming for survival, and they would want to remain, I wouldn't say, they want to, well, not out, but they wouldn't want to lose all 10 wickets by the time they get to the end of the innings. I think the scores are quite immaterial for them right now because I do not see them chasing or making another 55 runs in 4 overs. The asking run rate is definitely beyond their reach. So balls remaining 24, runs required 55. That's about 13 runs in over. Ooh, that should be a wide. That's gone down leg side. And so we're back in the action now. Singapore need 54 to win from 22. Ooh, that should be a no ball. That is given a no ball by the umpire. That is an above waist high full toss. A rare lapse in control by the bowler. Shimako Kato has bowled very well so far. It's just that one minor error. And again, it's quite possible that the ball was wet and she couldn't grip it properly, because of which it slipped out of her hand. This will be a free hit now following that no ball. And let's see what Johanna is able to do. So she slapped that into the offside, and that goes into the gap past point, and the batters complete. Ooh, they did complete 1 run. Oh, the umpires called it short run at the non-striker's end. And it looks like Johanna was able to make it safely into her crease before Akari Nishimura was able to whip those bails off. So that would have been a close call. But the umpire has called it a short run. So while the batters have run 2 lengths of the pitch, they're only going to get 1 run. This time she misses, and the ball goes straight through the keeper. That's a good ball, full length, angled into the toes. The batter misses it comfortably, and they scamper for a leg bye. There's a bit of an opportunistic running over there. Singapore showing some signs of urgency over here, although I must say it's a bit too little, too late. They now need 49 of 19 deliveries. Shimako Kato into her third over. This is the final ball of that third over. She has bowled very well now with returns of 1 for 11. That's the end of this over. Singapore are now 50 for 8 of 17 overs. I guess that would have been one of their primary objectives for today's game, cross 50 runs. B would have been stay undefeated or basically not all out at the end of the innings. And C would be get as close to the Japanese total as they can. So it looks like they have achieved at least one of those goals. Remains to be seen whether they achieve the second one. Japan now have 3 overs left to take the remaining 2 Singaporean wickets. Mai comes back into the attack. This is her final over for today. And that has been hit by Johanna onto the leg side, goes just near where the square leg umpire is. Picked up cleanly by the fielder and returned back into play. No run attempted over there. Johanna is probably quite happy to continue being at the strikers and not wanting to take any unnecessary risks in running. This one she is sort of slapped again into the leg side. Doesn't really get a lot of power into that shot, and the ball wasn't there for her to swing her arms freely either. So that's good bowling by Mai. This one's played on the offside, and there's a little bit of an uneven bounce for the bowler, and the batters are able to capitalize on that misfield. Sorry, uneven bounce for the fielder, and the batters are able to capitalize on the misfield and scamper a single. This one's a full toss, and that has been pulled outside from outside of off stump into square leg around the mid wicket region. No ball called by the umpire over there. This was for a waist high or above waist high full toss. A free hit has been signaled. Let's see how my response to this. Does she bowl a sort of a flattish delivery? Yeah, that's a bit flatter, a bit quicker, pitched like directly pitched into the ground. It doesn't get a lot of bounce off that shortish one. The batter tries to slap it onto the offside, can't get it past a diving cover who stops the ball really well with brilliant athletic fielding. Yet another sign of Japan's improving standards in the field, and restricts the batter to another dot ball. A much straighter delivery this time, quicker one onto the stumps that Johanna is able to keep out. Unfortunately, she is not able to create any scoring opportunities of that one. But as we said earlier, I don't think scoring is right at the top of her mind. She's not playing for any personal glory or gains over here, and should probably be given a mandate to stick around as long as she can. Oh, that's the death rattle over there. Mai Yanagida has breached the defences of Johanna Purnkaran, and she picks up her first wicket in this match with a clean bowled. Here we see in the replay again, that was another quick ball onto the stumps, beats the batter completely, most likely in the air and because of the pace of that delivery. Johanna probably not expecting that ball to be as quick as it was, and she loses her stumps in the process. Singapore now slide down to 50 for 9 runs. That's the end of the over as well for Mai. Shimako Kato back into the attack. This will be her final over today. She also has bowled very well. Louis Newbronner will be facing this delivery from Shimako. Charlotte Boyle was new to the creases at the non-strikers end. This was another full pitch delivery aimed at the feet. I don't know how it's managed to beat everything and gone to the keeper. It was a really good delivery, that one. The batter had no clue whatsoever. Good ball again. Squirted off the outside edge towards the gully region. That brings young Charlotte Boyle to the crease. And while Charlotte was good with the bowling earlier today, let's see how much she can last with the bat in her hand. She's got about 10 deliveries to survive over here. That's another good ball by Shimako Kato, full length, angling into the stumps. Well done by Charlotte to actually keep it out. Played it off a good front foot lunge and managed to get to the pitch of the ball and keep it along the ground. So easy sometimes to sort of misjudge these deliveries, misjudge the length of them, and you generally hit that ball as your arms are going higher, so it's easier for them to be lobbed up into the air. This one's down leg side. First genuine mistake that we have seen by Akari behind the stumps, and that will be two wides. Very tidy over here from Shimako Kato. She's not given a lot of freebies, barring that white ball just now. But she has managed to keep that ball full. She's managed to keep it on or outside of off stump. She's mixed her pace also very cleverly today. That's another good length delivery onto the stumps. The batter had no option but just to sort of dead bat that one. Ooh, that one was also straight onto the stumps. It was one of those scenarios where you miss, I hate kind of thing. Luckily for Louis, she was able to make contact with that ball. Shimako Kato has now finished her 4 overs, 1 wicket off for 14 runs. Singapore now 55 for 9 after 19 overs. This is the final over to come. Japan would want to get this final wicket as well. I mean, they know that the game is now all wrapped up. They have all but formally won this match. It's just a question of, I'd say, bragging rights when you get the opposition all out. And to finish matters over here, we have Elena who returns for her 4th over of this innings. She has 1 for 10 of her 3 overs so far. She will be bowling to Charlotte. In she comes. Final over. That's a good ball on the offside. Played very well by Charlotte as well. Squeezed it past point, and she's. Oh, I thought they would have taken a run, but yes, they did. They did take a run, and that brings Louis back on strike now. Five more deliveries to go in this innings. Another good ball hit in the air, and oh my god, Alina had to reach for that one and wasn't able to hang on to that ball. Drop chance over here. Definitely catchable by international standards, and Alina is a rather tall young lady, so she has the wingspan to get to that ball. It's just a little bit more, and she could have grabbed it. In she comes again, a straightish delivery, this time kept along the ground by Louis. No risk over there. And another dot ball. Three more deliveries to come in this inning. In comes Alina. Bowls it well onto the stump. Slightly back of a length. And is that a run out? There we go. Japan have yet again produced magic on the field, and they have managed to get this last wicket courtesy of a direct hit from your mid on position. It's hard to say who the fielder is over there. It looks like Maya Nagida, who has got a direct hit at the non-striker's end and runs out Louis Newbronner. This brings the Singapore innings to a close. Singapore are now 56 all out. That's right, folks. 56 all out in the 20th over. Japan have won by 42 runs. It's a brilliant display from them. They did not have the best of the batting conditions earlier when they started, but yet managed to play sensibly, courtesy of a few experienced players that they have. They managed to get to 98 and have bundled out Singapore for 56 in return for that. Significant contributions within Japan. A couple of Singapore players managed to get starts, especially Vinu Kumar and Smriti Anand, but failed to convert their starts into anything substantial. Roshni Ramesh departed for 8 of 11. Devika Galia was brilliantly run out for 3. And then Shronali Pandey came in and took 3 quick wickets as well. And that basically broke the back of the Singaporean run chase. Japan have won this match. They now lead the series 4-0. Effectively, they have won the series already. We're just waiting on the final score line as we have one more game to go, which is due at 10 a.m. Japan time tomorrow. That's on Sunday, the 6th of October, 10 a.m. Japan time. That will be the 5th T20 international between these two teams. Successful bowlers over here for Japan. Shronali Ranade leading the pack with 3 wickets of 9 overs. And contributions by everybody across the board. Nonoha with 1 for 16, Shimaku Kato with 1 for 14, Elena with 1 for 11, Mai Yanagida with 1 for 5. And as we have mentioned earlier, Japan have managed to get another 3 runouts today. So they now have a tally of 3, 9, 10. 10 runouts so far in 10 games. It has been a wonderful day, and I have thoroughly enjoyed relaying this game to you, which was broadcast by the Japan Cricket Association live from Sano International Cricket Ground in Sano, which is the headquarters of cricket in Japan. It's a beautiful place. If you ever get the chance to visit, please do. Big thank you to the team sponsors and team partners and kit suppliers, that is MKI, Mitsui Knowledge Industries, and Mizuno. Huge round of applause to the Japanese ladies for a comfortable win in the end. Hard fought, and I think this will only improve their confidence going forwards as they know and learn the skills to build an innings in difficult conditions. It has been a great pleasure to call out this game. Thank you for all the viewers who tuned in from across the world on YouTube and FanCode. I hope you enjoyed the game. I hope you do like watching cricket and you are keen on supporting the sport in Japan. Please do like and subscribe to the channel and click on that notification bell so you get real-time updates on when the next broadcast is due. Have a lovely day, everybody, wherever in the world you may be. Thank you once again. And we will see you tomorrow, that is 6th of October, 10 a.m. Japan time, for the fifth and final T20 International in this bilateral series between Japan and Singapore. Thank you very much. This is Sagir, your commentator for the day, signing off.